There we are. Alright, guys. Flush, how good are keyboards? Sinvec, Toasty, Exploding Chord, Randy Ocean. Guys, welcome. 404. Did I tell you guys about how good these are? They're good. Alright, so I got a package to open. For those of you guys who are in here, you guys are in here early. Some news. I'm supposed to build a board tonight. And then I realized that the switches that I wanted to use in this board, I haven't tuned them yet. So my scheduling has gotten all weird. So you know what I think I'll have to do is, I think we're just going to have to start tuning switches on stream leading up to the boards that I build. Because I'm like kind of through like all of these like switches that are already done. Kind of. I have like some, but then they're like kind of planned for different things. I guess we're going to have to do that tonight. No. That landed in here. How good. All right. See how packaging. Kobe. One package for tonight. I still haven't put a desk mat on. What the hell is this? Alright, I gotta figure that out. Alright. Sufficient sidetracking here. Always a key ingredient of the stream. What is this? It's not even in focus. What's going on with that? Okay, what I'm thinking is these aren't supposed to be duplicated. Thermal versus Piggy 60. Ooh, that's a hard one. Pikachu, welcome back. I don't know. They both look really good. Maybe sound-wise. Ah, shit. Hold on. Maybe sound-wise. Piggy, maybe? Piggy also had a really cool purple. There we go. All right. So here's our overhead. But I think we're still in a state where this is going to chop up. So again, I probably have to sort of figure that out at some point. I got one package. Piggy looks cooler personally. Piggy is cool. Haha. All right, we finally got it in. We got the stash. Got a couple of these. Got a couple of these. Got a couple of these. And then we got one of these. And we got it with the Divinity sticker. Hey. Bunch of stabilizers in. We needed a restock here on our 1.6s. Keyboards only come in two colors, purple in the wrong color, and the thermal only comes in the latter. Well, there you go. Sinvec has spoken. All right. We got some switches to tune. You know what I wanted to do for like the longest time? And this is what we were supposed to build with. It's just I haven't done it yet. These right here, these are some just standard Hyperglide brown switches, as I understand. You know what I want to do? I want to lube the legs. I feel like a lot of people tell you not to lube the legs, but I kind of just want to do it, just for a build. So I was supposed to have already done this, and this is what we're supposed to build the Polaris with. So I guess we have to do this and then just continue doing it until it's done, and then we can build the Polaris. So hopefully we get done with it tonight or at some point tomorrow, and then we'll do the build hopefully tomorrow. Always break the rules. Yeah. Okay. So got a lube station here. Got this big old, the big boy. I like this station. You know what's cool about it is that you can you could give yourself some breathing room, and kind of like space. You could checkerboard it, just kind of space it out. All right, so we're gonna lube switches in one of the slowest ways possible. You know, because it's what I do. It's a nice station. Yeah, this is the bare cable station. I'm just so confused as to why they still haven't done a second round of them. Apologies here. Oh, okay. Is that wood? Looks like wood. Yeah, I forgot what it was. They had a couple of different woods when they ran this, and I think this one was the cheapest one because it was I went out on extras. And then it was this was the only one left. All the really nice finishes were sold out by the time I got to it. Okay, so a few things that I want to do. I guess one is open up all the switches. Yeah, let's just start with that. You guys like the Nutcracker? I kind of like the Nutcracker. And we don't even need this right now. Well, let's put this away. I got a bunch of trays here. Kind of want to... You know what I want to do? I want to clean out these little trays. They're kind of dusty. Love it? Yeah. Alright, if it starts chopping up too much, let me know. It seems, you know, because it's it seems kind of silly, you know, when it chops up like that. D's, Capu Hello World, welcome. Andy, welcome. You know, I should probably count these out so we don't, you know what I've been doing is you get 70 of them or whatever, 72, and then I used to always lube the all of them or just more than 60, but then I realized, what's the point? Why would you have to? That sounded like that was not loud enough. Hold on. Maybe is the music? Is the music too loud? Do you guys know if the 1UP RGB 60% PCB is good? I'm building H. Oh, you're building an HV60? Oh my god, the HV60 top 3 keyboard. Top 3. Oh man, that's cool that you got one. Top 3. 1UP, what's number 1? I don't know. I have 3 favorite keyboards and I don't know how to rank them. Is it the hot dog one? The 1UP RGB PCB, I actually, guys, if you hit exclamation YouTube, I talk about the RGB PCB in this type test in the closed captioning. Yeah, exclamation YouTube, these nuts, thank you. It's a pretty good PCB except for the fact that they rotate the switches, you know, 180 degrees to make them north-facing LEDs. Which is not so hot if you're running cherry profile keycaps, because the way that they kind of collapse on those 180 turn switches is not so great. So take that for what you will, you know. Are you doing cherry brown today? We're doing cherry brown today. I feel like there's a better arrangement here. There we go. I was lurking about him. It's a good choice. There we go. I think I got these from Novelties. Just got an order of cherry clears in from Novelties, and half of them feel more like browns. You think so? We did a cherry clear build recently. I forgot what I put them in. Been doing a lot of builds over the last 2 months. So I think there should be 60. What do you guys think about desk mat lists? I'm doing some of this stuff without a desk mat lately. I use it all the time. Desk mat lists. Mouse pad only. I like running no mat, but I get sweaty hands, so I need a mat. I never explained my top three. My top three's gotta be... Top three's gotta be... BMAC, HB60, and S60. After that, there's a bunch just in the running for like top 5. You know, like... You can fill the other two with so many good boards. But I think those 3 are my favorites. I don't know though. I feel like I added those feet to the gasket 00, and I'm just like, I don't know if I like this as much anymore. I have 2 of those. Just got my HB60 and love the S60. Nice. Wait, did you get the one that was super cheap? The one that was like $100 off? Yeah, I got the black one. It's kind of B stock, has a couple blemishes and a small dent. Ah, I see. Did they say it was B stock? I thought it was like just like all the rest. No, they didn't say anything? Oh, dude. Oh, that's not chill. A whole dent? Well, I hope it builds nice. I hope it builds as nice as mine, you know, mine has. I messaged him, but no response yet. Excited to throw some clickies in it for now. Nice. Bro, are these Hyperglide thing or what? Yeah, these are Hyperglides. Hyperglide Browns. These are on Novel Keys. Probably, I think Novel Keys has the best deal on cherry switches if you're stateside. Should I be dropping it every single time? Maybe I should be like... No, this is not faster. Trying to keep the nutcracker in one hand. I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think of Zelio switches? Are you keeping the stock springs in the browns or going with slow? I'm probably going to be spring swapping. Probably. Scam? Zelio? Should come disassembled, don't you think? That's fine. It's not a big deal. Zelio's nice, but too expensive for the 2023 market with all the other switches available now. True. I have a bunch of fully tuned Zelio switches. And I think I actually pulled it out of the Polaris. And I just remember thinking, at least when I've pretty much only done it in the Polaris, it's like kind of mediocre. I don't know what to say. It was just like it is not mind blowing. What have I most recently built the Polaris with? I kind of forget. Here, 1 second here. We recently built the Polaris and we had, oh, Jaywick black switches. That's right. And that was a little over a month ago now. Okay. So this is all disassembled. Let's check to see what springs we have. We have Kinetic Labs 69 2-stage. We got TX XL 67. I'm thinking about that. Probably the TX XL 67. That's probably just going to be the least crazy, I think. Your Tactiles are better. OU4 and TTC Bluish White are my recent faves. TX XL is nice. I think it's just because I know that they're the shortest out of these, and then also the lightest. And I feel like you don't need a whole lot for light tactiles, I feel like, but let me see. Did I have a plan here? I don't know what my plan was. I didn't. I guess we're going with TXXL. I had no plan. Yeah, this is a really harebrained build plan where this is not done. I didn't even know what springs I was going to use. Okay, what's next? Oh, you know what I do is I normally lube the bottom housings, so I think that's what it's time for. Put this away. Grab a brush. This bag is dying. I need to grab a new little Ziploc bag here for this. Think that's enough? That's probably enough. Oh, what the just put that away. I guess now would be the time to bring back this guy here. You guys ever lube your top housings too? I think I might lube the top housings tonight. It's been a minute. Clexus, welcome. I'm gonna lube the leaves too. Fuck it. We're gonna act like these are linears. It's that kind of night. We're basically gonna try to linearize these cherry browns. Just get all the lube in here. And then you know what I need to do is I need to try to get some lube on the opposite side of these legs here, just to see if we can reduce any of that spring ping, or sorry, leaf ping. That's what I need to do. Here's the lube tops. I really only lube silent switches now, or to meet the top out. Oh, all right. Let me get that hydrate in. Gawk, welcome. Thanks for the contribution to Howdy Howdy. Trying to get some lube here. So we're gonna make this probably take a lot longer than I usually make it take. What I like to do is kind of do this thing. I'm gonna make this take super long. Oh, you know what I need? I need to use those blue films. I like using blue films because you can tell. You can tell where they are. I'll flip this. I like flipping half of it because this whole thing's so big. I just rotate it 180 when I get to the other side. All right. Yo, Media, welcome. Yo, what are your thoughts on the thermal? Been thinking of picking one up lately, but I'm still deciding. It's pretty chill. It's cool. I don't know. It looks cool as hell, especially with those like heat fins. I think that's what the name for it is. Yeah, a lot of people have issues with the rose version because it just looks very gold. But like in person, there's actually weirdly some angles that make it look like what the renders look like. And so it's just like, oh, that's actually kind of interesting. So I got the rose plate, and you could tell like in some angles it looks right, and then some angles it just looks gold. So it's super weird. Overall, I think I like it. Sound wise, I'm still deciding. I think, you know, what's funny about it is that these are SA keycaps. I feel like the SA keycaps are just carrying the sound right now. Like there's just so much SA to it that I can't really tell otherwise what the board sounds like, unless like that's just the sound of it. It's kind of just all combined in. So I love how I only build HHKB, which requires like 60 switches, but have a loop station that'll hold 108 extras. Yep. No, it's literally I got this during the extras period, and they only had the XL version like left. So it's kind of just like, but again, also it's nice being able to space them out like this. I like that part of it. Exploding Corn, liking the sound of cherry cap so far. Well, there you go. An extra added review there of the thermal. Heard similar things. Yeah. Okay. So from here now I have like a good guide of what to do. So I'm going to go half this way and then half that way. We should, oh my goodness. Hey, yo, spring roll. Kill Combat, welcome. Lubing 2 keyboards worth. Yeah, that's the funny thing is that you could probably like fill all of the other gaps, the checkerboard gaps, with like a totally different switch. I've never done it, but I realize you could. I'm a fan of the mounting style. Kind of nice combo of top mount and gasket / leaf spring. Yeah, that part of it is pretty interesting. That like it's kind of both. Like it's a top mount, but like a different take on it, and I find that really interesting. Hey, yo, spring roll. Got my... Oh, you got it in. Nice. You got the blades too, right? If only I had an extra column, you could loop 100 or loop switches for 3 HHKBs at once. I know, right? Blades are in. Nice. You got a cool ass badge. Oh, yeah. You got gifted. Someone gifted you a sub the other day. I forget who it was, but you got a gift sub. There should be a thing on the notifications on the top right of Twitch that tell you who gifted it to you. How kind, yeah. Is that a thermal I see? I thought those were a fever dream. They've been delivering. I see fully welcome back. Thok Thumbs Legend. Oh, that's right, Thok Thumbs. Thok Thumbs always comes in hot with some of these gift subs. Legend. I'm so grateful now I can do this. Oh, you know what else you could do? You could skip all the ads. There's no more ads here. Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't know if you guys know. These are... That was from Andy. The DK750 Ti emote. All from Andy. Without Andy, there would be no DK750 Ti. The gold plate works really well with the soya case. It's pretty good. And again, there's a weirdness of it, right? Where it's like, it was supposed to be rose, it turned out gold, but it is kind of rose sometimes. So it's cool. It is cool. And like, you know, that plate does expose through the heat fins. Someone was thinking about rose gold while making it. That's why I'm not seeing ads on your channel. Gnarly. Well, for Andy specifically, I don't know if you're subbed Pikachu. I mean, I've been thinking about the Frog Mini HHKB or an OG HHKB. All three of them good. All three of them real good. That's the truth. Can you confirm that the screen protector for OLED Switch does not fit on OG Switch? Oh no. Oh, well, you know what that means. You might need to get a new Switch. Might need to get a new Switch, dude. What is it? What is it like? Is it just like too big or what? Eagle Eye still the best emote on Twitch. Also, how's my streaming chopping up? Oh, Pikachu, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. All right, if you refresh, the ads should be gone. If you don't refresh now, you might get an ad later. So you do have to refresh, but you do have access to all of these, the 10 best emotes on Twitch. Has the same footprint, but the OG Switch screen protector has notches at the bottom where the OLED does not. Ah, I see. Damn. That's messed up. So the thing about checkerboarding 60 switches on this is that you don't fill it out completely. You have to fill it out with 65. I haven't subbed to Twitch Thoughts, but you have nice hands. Oh, thank you. I feel honored to just be considered to be a part of the legendary that are Twitch Thoughts. Get a room. I bought 2 Switches. Both of them were purchased for Pokemon games. Nice. Was one an OLED and then one an OG? All right, we're gonna go to the other view. Is this view better? Better or worse? I haven't heard any of you guys say that there was any choppiness. Both are OG. I don't look at the screen. I see. Do you just keep it docked? Was one, let me guess, was one for Sword and Shield and the other one was for Let's Go? Or was there an Arceus one? Which is those? These are Hyperglide Browns, but we're going to be doing a spring swap in them. Yeah, I played Docked. Arceus was my first Switch, and the second was for Scarlet Violet, so I could catch all the monsters. Wait, Scarlet Violet wasn't OLED? Did I? Wait, is that what I asked? I don't know what I asked earlier. Or were they both OLEDs? Wait, no, you said they were both OG. What spring going with? I'm prepping Hyperglide Browns this week, too. I'm going with TX XL 67 grams. I'm a little bit more of a heavy-handed typing person. I don't want to say typist. I feel like if I say typist, it sounds like kind of elitist. Do you guys ever get that feeling? I'm not going to label myself the typist. I'm a typing guy. Step up and see the amazing golf ball whacker guy. Typer? I don't want to say type because typer just sounds like not right. I didn't buy the Scarlet Violet themed Switch, but I bought a Switch to be able to trade Pokemon with myself. Oh, I see. I don't know the worst I don't know, man. Worst ending in is are rarely good. I see. Type E, stenographer, like a distinguished gent. Words. Oh, words ending in ist are rarely good. Okay. I hear you. Typester. Oh my god. You know, there was a conversation a long while back where Andy was asking, is there a singular word for a Twitch streamer or like a Twitch viewer? And Andy was asking, is it Twitcher? The click commander. Oh my god. A Twitch viewer is a degenerate. Ah, that's true. That's true. We're gonna make these bottoms take forever. I feel like, do you guys even lube the bottoms? Or is it just me? What if you guys actually lube bottoms? My guess is some people probably lube the rails and that's about it, but only, I'm guessing, for linears. I lube the bottoms. Input manager? The button boss. Violinist, percussionist, machinist. There are plenty of acceptable ist words. Wait, typester is real? Oh no. It's like all offensive. A person who operates a typewriter. Oh, interesting. Took you 1 minute per word to find good ones. Actual term. I lube whole stem, top out, and bottoms if trying to lower the pitch. Okay. Punkshu, welcome, by the way. Good to have you back. Also, I've been so focused on these leaves that, like, I'm not even sure if I'm, like, lubing these rails like I'm supposed to. Right, I'm just going to do a little swipe on them. The last column here. I lube the stem, but I could totally lube... I could totally switch to just lube the bottoms, mostly so I could say lubricate the bottom. June 9th. Welcome. How you doing? It's been a minute. Good to see you again. Bunch of people tub lube, but I'm skeptical. Same here. Not skeptical, more just like, I don't know, grossed out. That's kind of weird. I love your excessively manly lube station that I'm checkerboarding. I'm checkerboarding this. I got a question about artisans if you don't mind. Tominator, shoot. If I can't answer it, I'm sure someone else here can. Friends don't let friends tub lube, not even once. Damn, that thing is Alaska sized. Chris is the lube god. I don't know if I'm the lube god. I'm just some dude. I have this printed consistent results so far. Oh, GitHub open source lube station. Oh, for springs. This is just for springs. Oh, interesting. More wasteful though? I mean, for me, I'd rather, like, you guys have seen me do these springs. I'm just brush lubing 205 on them now. I used to tub lube my stems, but I switched when I realized the lube on the pole was muting my switches. Overall, it was very consistent and hard to over lube. Anne of Green Jables, welcome. Not gonna lie, your desk looks massive. It's like kind of big. It's a Galant, IKEA Galant that was replaced by Bacant or whatever. 63 by 31. But then I also have like an extra foot long table behind, and that's what kind of supports the overhead. Maybe Chris is just small. It's also short. Like I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm like crossing my legs right now. Yeah, I am pretty tiny. Oh, little guy. What switch you working on, Chris? These are Hyperglide Browns. And we're trying to reduce as much leaf ping as possible, so I'm like trying to hit this. You know what I should do? Here's what I should do. I'm gonna cut out this nonsense I've been doing, and we're gonna use the actual the freaking, what am I talking about? The syringe. I think hitting the syringe is probably gonna be a little bit easier. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lube these rails. The rails and then the front of the legs. Yeah, I'm gonna spill these out. There we go. And then I'll come back and do the syringe, trying to hit the leaves at the spot that I think it would be pinging. So I'm gonna also move this out of the way again. Leaf ping, yeah. Okay. I'm new to this and don't know much about artisans. I just want an archetype artisan. Oh, nice. On Kim's stream, I'm not sure which one. Was it a raffle pass? I know I was watching Kim's stream. I just did you, was it a raffle pass? What am I doing here? I think I get to pick one. That sounds like a raffle pass. If that was if that was what you got. So, if you've never done archetype before, it's that like you can always like just sign up for these raffles, and then you'll only get a chance. You'll get a chance to be able to actually buy it, because they only make so many, right? But in the raffle sign up process, you can enter in like, you know, a raffle pass that you had to have either have bought or won from something. So that's kind of what it sounds like, and that's what it kind of seems like if your idea is like you get to pick it. You get to pick one, not a pass. Okay, well if you get to pick one, then I don't know. I have no. If it's not a pass and you get to pick one, then I don't know. Maybe it's worthwhile to try to reach out to Kim or whoever might be moderating for Kim, just to sort of confirm what it is you got. He's the same size as Winslow from Cat Dog. That's really the comparison you're gonna make? Man, I hated that prick. God, I hated that guy. He's like, I don't know. You know who else I didn't like? I didn't like Newman from Seinfeld. I don't like that guy. That guy reminds me of Winslow from Cat Dog. And they both remind me of like Ryan Seacrest. You guys know what I'm talking about? Those pricks? You guys must know what I'm talking about. They all got like the same... They're all the same type, you know? Little weaselly guys. I believe it's a pass for archetype. There you go. I didn't like anyone from Seinfeld. I like George Costanza. I was reading about how George was the singular guy who didn't win an Emmy from the main cast, but he's like the best character. Like by far. I'm like sitting all crazy right now. For some reason, anytime I hear pass, all I hear in my head is multi-pass from Fifth Element. It's a pass to a raffle. Next time he does a raffle for his artisan, you can use that pass to get the cap instead of entering the raffle. I see. I think I pulled an L on the last archetype. Yeah, it doesn't look like I got anything. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, guys, just wanted to make mention this. Exclamation YouTube. We got a new video up today. So go and like and subscribe. I'm a YouTuber now. I get to say that now. Has been raining in your area? It was really crazy, like one random night. It was really like just coming down. I think the cost of the artisan is, I believe it is, because, you know, I know that like for Black Friday they were selling raffle passes for like the cost of an artisan. I mostly stopped buying resin. Yeah, fair. I gotta chill. Like, there's part of me that's kind of glad I lost, because I gotta chill. What city is this? I'm in San Francisco. I'm not sure where June 9th is, nor am I sure that June 9th wants to reveal. So for me, I'm in San Francisco. SoCal, I see. Yeah, no, I think California is like getting hit with another wave, like another storm, because I think we even got word in chat that I think down in San Diego, I think there was a hailstorm the other day. I don't know how much it's continued, but we got hit with hail like the other day. I have some buddies in SAC. Yeah. To use the pass, I think you still have to fill out the entry form, but there's a section where you can... Yeah, exactly. You'll get more info with your reply from winning form you filled out. Oh my goodness. Kamikita with the big old raid! Welcome. Kamikita, I don't know if I follow you, but I'm about to drop this follow here. Kamikita, what are you working on today? I hope I'm saying that right. I'm also saying it really fast so that I could get around having to pronounce it right. That's my trick. If you just say it fast enough, maybe the mispronunciation won't be such a big problem. Just working on lubing? Alright, right on. We're doing that too. We were supposed to do a build today, and I realized, oh shit, the switches weren't done. Now just say it with confidence. Alright. You've been in a Tiny keyboard shop in San Jose? I haven't, but I did meet Tiny at the Hot Swap event. Wow, that was like a month ago already now, huh? With switches, we're doing Hyperglide Browns, and we're trying to lube more than what people recommend, because there's so many people who recommend, you know, don't lube the legs, don't lube that like the leaves, but we're just doing it. Like, who cares? Like, I already have boards where I have many boards where I didn't do that, so why not try it when you do? Is Tiny actually tiny? For some reason I want her to be like 7 feet tall. She's close to 7 feet tall. She's like almost there. It's pretty subjective. Tiny's pretty subjective, you know. She might be like, you know, it's just to anybody. It's like she might be huge to some people, you know. I mean, huge is also a pretty subjective term itself. Just like we're like really close to 2,000 followers. It's crazy. Like, so close. Oh, whoa. This leaf looks really weird. Why is it like it looks taller than the rest? Alright, there's something really weird with this bottom. I might have to pop open another one. She's like He-Man. Yeah, this switch bottom looks weird. I don't think I'm gonna use it. I can just kind of tell that it's gonna have problems. So I'm gonna go. I gotta grab another one from that bag because we only pulled out exactly 60. How's everyone's Saturdays? Mine was chill. Got some new switches in this week. I'm pretty excited to try. What would you get? Alright, I'm gonna go back and look at all the other leaves. Just make sure that there's nothing crazy looking on all the rest of them, just like that one was. Take a quick look, a gander, if you will. Alright, seems pretty normal. Alright, crack one more open. Gateron XSW, modern gray switches, and some marshmallow switches. Still need to tune my new Nixies. Yeah, I got plenty to tune. I gotta figure out what I kind of just want to be able to put this back into place, but I don't know what the heck happened. Yeah, this is pretty messed up. Alright. We'll just have an extra stem and top housing. Okay, cool. So, finally, we could bring this guy back into the picture again. And I need to grab the syringe. And we're just gonna... We're gonna hit... I've been marking up 3 potential spots for where to maybe point some lube at, and that'll hopefully help reduce any leaf ping. We're just doing this kind of like as a precautionary measure. Let's see if we can get this right. All right, I pulled this back really far. Are we about to make this take pretty long, aren't we? Damn, what the... I feel like I pulled that too... There we go. Okay. That's good. Yeah, I've bought a bunch of switches. And I also have all these switches where I want to do spring swaps. Just spring swaps. I was debating doing that today because, you know, just swapping a spring is not hard. Yeah, this shit that I'm doing here is excessive. Very, very IROX reminiscent. Probably using, in this capacity, probably I'm using way too much lube. Oh, shit. And maybe this will kind of make up for all of the times I've under-lubed every switch. Is in the form of trying to get rid of this leaf ping. Well, we'll see if it works. Watch, I do all this shit and it still pings. Can you imagine? Whew. I need to... I'm going to push this up a little bit because I think I need to rest my arms a little bit more nicely. I learned to type in the 90s. Oh, why doesn't anyone type using the home row? People don't type using the home row? Wait, what? What comparison is being made, Dominator? What is a home row? The ASDF? JKL semicolon row? Yeah. Wait, are people... Is that not where people rest their hands? Like... This is kind of like how Gazoo recommends to loop switches. I'm gonna just be perfectly 100% honest. I've never seen any Gazoo guide on how to loop switches. I think I'm definitely over looping. So if you guys want to try to see what I'm doing, see if we can get this to work. Come on, bro. God damn. Really? Sorry. I gotta figure this out. This is confusing. Alright, hold on. Not being chill right now. Is that too close? Oh shit, I know what it is. This fucking thing. Every time, bro. Here we go. Bro, come on. What the... Dude, this is... Okay. What is the minimum focus distance? Okay, I guess it's like here-ish. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Let me catch up on these messages. If I were supposed to rapidly chicken peck, he does a lot of a dot of lube on the rails. Don't dip springs. I see. I'm injecting some lube in other spots, and I want to be able to show this in a second. So home row is the center row of keys on the most common time is QWERTY layout. Yeah, okay, so dated myself. I don't think that's... Okay, I'm a little confused because I thought that this was like just general knowledge. I'm not sure if like what you're exactly seeing to make you think that this is not the approach that a lot of people take. Are you watching some material that's telling you not to do that? And Tixius, by the way, welcome. And thank you. And Tominator, thank you for the contributions there. We did turn off followers only. I did remember. Yellow Media, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to show. On the leaf, like on this leaf itself, I'm trying to hit like the inside loop right there at the top. And then behind the legs is also what I'm trying to hit with some lube as well. It's not really showing up super well because, I don't know, the autofocus is kind of going a little nuts. But just behind the legs is what I think is going to help with some leaf ping. Or addressing it at least. So maybe I'll try to show it like this. Let's try to hit that right there. And then try to get behind the leg as best we can. This is a pretty thin gauge on this needle. So we should be able to just like get some lube on there okay. But, and Dixius, welcome. Glad to have you back. Alrighty. So now at this point, well, we've done, oh shit, this whole side here, so I'm gonna flip that around like that. I think I'm scraping these. They're not even like, I think it's just metal nuts for feet. Just scraping it across my desk. We usually keep it covered anyways, but it's probably fine. This desk actually was from Alex. Well, kind of. I gave him a film scanner. And in exchange, his whole thing was, while I didn't have a car, was to find me this table. Might get Moon V2 switches from Agile if they have the Moon switch stickers from Sobun still. Bought V1s, they were all out of stickers, so I was like, damn. Well, if they have the stickers, gotta do it. Oh, I see lube behind the leaf. Yeah, so I'm doing that and also in the little loop thing at the top. I don't know where the leaf ping comes from, but we never tried this. Though we did try this with the IROC switches. Then I think we found the spot where the leaf ping was. So I think the next time I do IROC switches can be sort of simplified. I'll be able to kind of figure that out next time around. Yeah, I usually lube the bend, but I never know where to lube. Yeah, I'm doing it on the inside of that loop. And then, yeah, behind the legs too. You know, the most disastrous part of this potentially is if there's any lube that would, I'm kind of like putting a little dot, right? But if there's any lube that would travel from behind the legs to the front just somehow, I don't know how, but if it does, then like, that would probably be super crazy. It would probably be super crazy for dealing with these cherry browns. Stickers. Damn, we've been at this shit for an hour, and I'm still on the bottoms. Crazy. You know what's funny is that I don't... In my head, I'm thinking we're not even going to get to the stems tonight. we might not even get to the springs. So I got to do the tops. And then we got to put on some films. We're close. I'm gonna dump this in here. I wish I did get that little version of this loop station. There's a smaller version or a standard version. This is like the XL version. I think it had like less than half. That would have been nice. Oh shit. That one holds 180? Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? This is a lube station for a wombat. Is that what it's called? The wombat? Whatever the one that's like 200%. Ah, yeah, the wombat. That's right. What do you think about the Vortex M0110? Oh, we were talking about that. So it looks like a kind of plasticky version of the M0110, and it looks pretty good. I don't know. I'd actually like really consider it. I'm curious. Vortex makes it used to, or I don't know if they still do. But Vortex historically, that's the brand that did like a bunch of like other pre-builts, right? Just kind of like more regular ones. Yeah, Randy Ocean was like super big on this. The Vortex version. I have the Alu version, the Hello M0110. And it's nice. Reminds me of the Thermal and the Piggy. Just big oversized things. Yeah, they did a lot of weird pre-builts. It's the same Vortex, right? What did they do? I forget, but it was like a long time ago, right? Or maybe they still do. But the ones I remember, like, I remember Vortex being a name that I knew a long time ago. Okay, so that should be 60. And if we wanted to complete the checkerboard, that would be 65, but I don't do 65 anymore. Like, there's no point in me doing all the extras. I have the extras here. I'll do them if I need to, you know? They did the OG poker. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, where did I put that little... Shit. I misplaced that little lid. Damn it. I'm like missing that lid thing for this. I don't know where I put it. It's somewhere here. Oh, it was under this. Arigato Roboto, welcome. We're overlubing today. Well overlubing. Collects Vortex had some great layout options back before the custom scene exploded. I see. Vortex. Why does their name sound so familiar? Like, what did I know that was by the Vortex? I guess besides OG Poker. The weird Vortex. Was that a stab at me? It absolutely was. Absolutely. But we've been injecting a bunch of lube to try to see if we could hit up the leaf ping, because we are doing these Hyperglide Browns today. The Ono keyboard made by HHKB or just HHKB layouts? I have a few HHKBs. My switches are perfect. All right, so we're gonna get this out of the way again because we're gonna lube the tops. Perfect. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. In fact, it's like I think that there's a very real possibility that all of my switches are imperfect, because the recommendation that people say, like, oh, this is how many switches you should be able to lube with this, I'm like always so far under. My dog ate my Crytox. Terminator, yeah, I have a few HHKBs. We've done a bunch of like housing swaps for these custom HHKB housings, but I still do have some stock, which their intent is to eventually get swapped into housings that I'm still waiting on. All right, so we're just gonna lube these top housings. I give it a little brush around that rim, and then I also give a little brush where the leaf bend goes as well. I got Urbana, thank you for that. How close are we? I haven't even looked at the percentage on this in a while. Oh shit, we're at 27%. Might need to take a little snack break soon. Just because, I don't know. Got hit by a wave of tiredness. So I don't usually tune switches on stream. I usually do it while, like, I don't know, half playing Splatoon, which is like I play way more Splatoon than lube switches during that time. How many nuts you got left? Have you pounded through all that order yet? The barbecue toasted corn, the barbecue corn nuts they just taste like extra salt. Very little barbecue, but I do have these guys right here. We're talking about these pumpkin seeds. These are like barbecue pumpkin seeds. These are pretty good. I'm getting hungry. I know I'm not hungry, I need some more blood flow to my brain right now. Yes, you are. Shut up. Maybe a little. Maybe just a little. I might be a little hungry. All right, I got a question. Okay, instead of a question, I'll just put up a poll. I was about to ask a question here when I could just put up the poll. All right, poll is up. Check out the poll. We're gonna leave it on for a really long time, just because there's no urgency in you guys answering it. How do you guys sleep? I have a very specific reason why I ask this. And this might be, you know, I ask this because this might be contributing to my tiredness. Gotta do the back. I don't know. I put other because I'm just like, is there other ways to sleep? I have no clue. I guess you could sleep sitting up. I don't know if I ever told you. Did I tell you guys this story about... Holy shit. There's this story I've told some people. I don't know if I've told chat this, but I was once on a plane. This is pre-pandemic. I was once on this plane, right? There's two guys sitting in front of me. They didn't know each other. But one guy was like fully dressed in a business suit, looked very, very spiffy. And then, Andy, where's the upside down option? It's other. Just hit other if you, that's how you sleep. So one guy looked very spiffy, and it was very clear he didn't know the guy sitting next to him. The other guy sitting next to him was like a hippie. Like just a pure hippie. He kind of looked like, I don't know. Like he looked like a vagrant. I don't know. And I apologize. I don't mean to be offensive, but it's just that these two guys look different from each other. So at some point, the hippie looking guy, he mid-flight, he like unbuckled his seatbelt, and what he did was this. He went like this. He started sitting on his knees, and then like I don't know what he did on the front side. I guess he was like, he just put his head against the back of the seat. But then what he did was he took his feet and then like he stuffed them into the pocket on the seat in front of him. And he just fell asleep like that. But the actual, yeah, and then like at the end of the flight, the guy who was dressed up all spiffy, you know, in his suit, he turned and was like he was like trying to get more information from the hippie guy. Like just like, is that really comfortable? And the guy's like, yeah, this is like the most comfortable way I've ever been able to fall asleep on planes before. Like almost as though this guy was like thinking about like, should I try that next time? Like he was like, it was that kind of a vibe where he's just like if it gets the job done, lizard person confirmed, should have had him arrested. He also had no shoes or socks on. Pre-pandemic was kind of crazy when it came to hygiene, wasn't it? I mean, I guess maybe we're kind of back to that point anyways. Must be strung out on some good shit. That's actually criminal. Yeah, that was crazy. That was I think one of the more interesting ways I've ever seen someone sleep before. That also wasn't the reason why I brought up this poll or like started this poll here. The reason I started this poll was because I had like a pretty busy daytime. I came home and I was trying to take a nap. Then I woke up. Like I usually wake up from naps pretty quickly. Like I don't know, I've been better about, because I used to take these like 3-hour naps when I was younger, and those are kind of nice, but they also kind of like, they do really mess with you, right? But you know, in more recent times, I take these naps, and they're usually, they could be anywhere, literally anywhere from like 15 to 30 minutes. So just not bad at all, in my opinion. What I noticed is that I think that like I actually fall asleep really easily, kind of really easily if I fall asleep on my back, but staying asleep on my back is like impossible, cause, or I don't know, maybe not, I don't know, but there's just times where like I might be starting to try to do like my nighttime sleep, my actual sleep, whether it's that or whether it's a nap, and then sometimes like I'll wake up coughing. Cause I think like, I don't know, like maybe it's just like I'm choking on my own spit. I think that's what happened. Cause I woke up from my nap after like 20 minutes today, and I was just coughing like I was choking. Do you guys ever get that? Or maybe is it just me? Am I not hydrated enough? Maybe I'm not hydrated enough. I notice that like sometimes things are weird if I don't drink enough water. Sleep apnea? It could be. Like it very well could be, but it also could be it could be that. Like I'm just choking my own spit. If that's, I don't know if that's part of sleep apnea. Can't sleep on the left side nor the right. Shoulders start to cramp and feel like they could break. If I'm full, it's gonna come up. Sleep on the sides. Front is not possible. Back is pretty good. I see. I'm definitely dying in my sleep these days. Probably apnea. Need that PAP machine. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about what they're called, like CPAPs, right? Like they seem like crazy, but I also heard that like it's just really nice. You actually get like restful sleep. I should not be this slow at lubing these tops, but I had that whole airplane story. Bane mask, sleep like Immortan Joe. I was bored in the darkness. Bane masks. Side sleepers. So the thing is that like, I don't know. I think, how do I put it? Sleeping on my back can be comfortable, and it does get me to sleep fast. But like, I feel like sometimes it's like for my safety, I'll try really hard to sleep on my side. And then just like sleeping on my back is the last resort. If I haven't fallen asleep. I thought it was supposed to help you sleep better, but I can't imagine sleeping in one. I was diagnosed with apnea a long time ago and can't bring myself to use a CPAP. I see. Is it expensive? Oh, here's another weird thing. When I sleep on my back, I see. When I sleep on my back, sometimes like my neck gets uncomfortable. And then like it actually like feels better if I don't use a head pillow if I sleep on my back. Do you guys ever get that too? And I noticed this is like, I picked this up a few years back. I was like doing yoga pretty like, I don't know, pretty consistently. I just like totally stopped doing yoga after some time. But there was a few years where like my work was offering like free yoga. And then I got convinced to go once, and I was like, oh, this is actually kind of nice, being able to skip an hour of work. And it's free, because like yoga is like expensive, right? Like most things related to fitness seem pretty expensive. But anyways, you know, we were doing like, what is it called? The Shavasana at the very end. And then like I just noticed that like, you know, I'm just laying there and I just fall asleep. And I'm like, wait a second, I could fall asleep more easily now than I can at home where I have a pillow. Yeah, when I sit on my back, I don't use a pillow. Okay, okay, this is not a, maybe this is not a crazy thing. Like my pillow, my head pillow is pretty flat. And somehow it's still, sometimes can still just not be enough. I need to get rid of it. Because even if it's super flat, it's not flat enough. Probably need to have better or proper neck/head elevation. I see. I swear I'm going to buy a purple pillow. I like a thin, hard pillow. Think about, you know, I've been thinking about getting a purple mattress, but I don't know anything about mattresses other than the shitty one that I have. And I've tried like some memory foam ones. The memory foam mattresses, like especially when they're like super firm, they seem kind of nice. I've been unblessed over the last like 15 years getting mattresses that I feel like aren't firm enough. You have the purple pillow? How is it, Andy? Use a sleep tracking app to see if you actually have problems. It records if you're having breathing problems. It's nice. I know. I don't know why. Like, it's just like, I feel like sleep is like so important, and it's probably like would be such a great quality of life improvement if I improve my sleep. Yet somehow I'm taking no measures. I've taken like no measures to even try, even though I'm like fully aware. Probably also doesn't help that I stream so late and I stay up so late. You know? But it's what it is. Do you know if you snore when you sleep could be a sign of sleep apnea? I'm pretty decently certain that I snore. But you know what I also think it is too is like it's weight. Like I feel like because I've gained weight over the years, it's not like that's probably a pretty big factor in like snoring. I don't know. You know what? You know what another thing is that like, okay, CPAP machines. Okay, it sounds like they're expensive-ish. Are they also large? Like, what are those machines like? I know that like you put on a mask, but like, is the machine like kind of crazy too? Cause like, what if you find yourself in a situation where like, I don't know, say you're like traveling or something. Like, I guess you could bring it, but it's just like, it just seems like here's my thing. What if you get too used to using a CPAP for like good sleep, and then suddenly when you don't have it, it's like horrible. Like it's just like, ah, shit, I got too used to it. You know, I think that would be like a stupid reason, a stupid but you know stupid but reasonable justification for not wanting to use a CPAP. I would actually understand it. Flannel sheets are a must for me. I need some new sheets. Maybe I should go with flannel. Sleep apnea is basically when your airway gets blocked, tongue, soft palate, and stops you from breathing, snoring, or waking up, coughing, or potential symptoms. Oh, breathing, snoring, or waking up, coughing are potential symptoms. I see. Well, what if it's specifically like I can sometimes feel it? I can feel I can feel myself choking on my own spit. Is that also still sleep apnea related? Probably, huh? I think I just gotta sleep upside down like Andy. Andy the Bat. Yeah, special sign of obstructive sleep apnea too. Oh shit. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I probably have sleep apnea. We might have an abnormal swallowing disorder. A possibility. Need to see an ENT for diagnosis. Is that like a... I'm guessing like some kind of a sleep test or something? Ear and nose throat doctor. Oh. Oh, for abnormal swallowing disorders. Got it. Tree people from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I gotta go to ENT and then they refer you to a sleep clinic where you go to sleep in a strange place for a night with a bunch of monitors on you. Oh, that seems chill. What if you never fall asleep? Joshy, what's going on? Welcome. Alright, we're gonna finish these tops. I'm gonna wash my hands and I'm gonna eat some of these pumpkin seeds. Not gonna lie, I was afraid I wouldn't fall asleep, but that bed was, was comfortable. Should ask for where they got their beds. What mattress is this? Almost done with these tops. An eternity. This thing is taking an eternity. I think I could skip one of them. I think we do have a singular abundance because of that weird bad bottom. Whatever, I don't care. It's just one. Okay, there it is. Done with those tops. All right, it's film time. Find these blue ones. Love these blue ones, man. These blue films are a game changer. could see them on black bottoms. You know what's also nice about doing exactly 60 is that you just take 3 of these sheets out and then you're like done. It's like we already know. And what I also like is because I got this like giant ass lube station, it's actually kind of nice putting these on. Like you got a lot of space to sort of like maneuver and get your fingers down. Done lubing. We finished lubing the bottoms and the tops by this point. So look at this. Look at all that space. Incredible. Simple. McJizzle, what's going on? Welcome. Look how quick. Stupid quick. I'm not even using tweezers or anything. Lyric Loki, so I don't type while I grab on some chips. Chris loves chips. I don't eat chips, man. Chips are chumps. What films those? These are Deskies. Deskies films, but like the novel keys version. Actually, you know what I forgot? I was supposed to wash my hands so I could eat some snacks. That's what I was supposed to do. Ah, here they are. This stream is single-handedly responsible for all my midnight snacks. Some people here are joining the cult. The snack cult. I think I got a Sinvec to get a bunch of snacks too. I want to try Deski's films, haven't yet? They're the only films I use. Been snack cult going, but I don't get time to snack all the time anymore. Damn. I feel like films increase travel a bit. You think so? I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I guess like films kind of make it sound a little different. But other than that, I just do it because it feels more complete. Like you didn't actually finish the Switch if you didn't put film in it. That's kind of why I tune all these Switches in the first place. I mean, it does sound better, but I actually went grocery shopping today and I got another bag of these. This is still my first one, but I got another one because I know I'm going to like it too much. We're going to finish this pretty soon. Snack cam. Snack cam. Where do you get those? I got these at Safeway. Barbecue pumpkin seeds. I typed out with my pinky. Ingredient list, please. No, there's only one ingredient. Organic onion powder. Weird. There's not even any pumpkin seeds in this. Concentrated onion. Delicious. Gotta use chopsticks to eat your snacks. Keep your fingers clean. I just hold it. I hold it and I just pour it in. We got pumpkin seed kernels, sunflower oil. All of these are organic. Sorry, I'm talking with my mouth open or while chewing. Organic smoked sweet paprika, organic tomato powder, organic powdered sugar. Oh, non-organic Himalayan salt, organic molasses powder, organic garlic powder, citric acid, that one's not organic, organic cumin, and organic onion powder. Not for tortilla chips with dip. Mr. Miyagi would disagree. I don't need chips. Chips are for jumps. Rice chumps. Those are chips. These are seeds, man. That sounds off. All right. Next. Seed chips. I bought wheat thins today. Those aren't chips, those are crackers. Wheat thins? Wheat thins. Wheat. All right. Another snack combo that I like. You know, I talked about my weird toast, right? I don't know. This one's a little bit less weird. I like eating crackers with like some cream cheese. You guys ever do that? I think it's good. Not as weird as the other thing, the toast. A little bit here flipping out over the toast. I was telling you guys about my toast combo. For those of you guys that haven't heard it, I toast some bread. I put like, you know, jelly or jam or whatever on one side. Put butter on the other side. But, you know, before I put it together and then just eat it like toast, I throw in a slice of cheese. Just put in a slice of cheese in there. Whatever I got in the fridge, just put the cheese in there. Oh, it's so good. Cheese, yeah, slice of cheese. Put a slice of cheese with your buttered and jellied toast. Wheat thins are chips. What do you think sun chips are? Nah, wheat thins are crackers. Raw top ramen crunched up with the seasonings shaken into it. Ah. Good cheese, I assume, not crappy American. Not American, no. I've done cheddar. I've done, what else have I done? I've done Havarti. I've done Munster. I've done Swiss. Today I just got something. I think I got provolone today. Everything is telling me to slack tonight. Even even keyboards. The keyboards are telling you. Clexus, what is this? Oh. 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 Yeah, I think you got a snack. What is this from? DMK? This Damaki set? What does that board render? This keycap's kind of clean. What board is that supposed to be? It's like almost an HHKB, but mistakes were made. All right, let's continue. It's kind of cold. It's like supposed to be hot because of all the shit that I have turned on. But it's been like kind of cold. Has it been cold for you guys? 65% HHKB. That doesn't even make any sense. Is that... So it's not a real board, I take it. If it's a key set promo. It wasn't over 50 today in San Diego. Cold. I might put on a sweater right now. I just turned this heater on behind me. Sweater might be more energy efficient. It might be a better idea in general because these films might be flopping around. Posted in some renders for Glove Studio's new stuff. Glove Studio. Look at this. Like when you skip all the switches, you get all this space to use your fingers to align these films. No clue if the board's gonna be real or just a showcase for caps and switches and such. That's a weird board, I gotta tell you. All those 1U's on the bottom row. It's weird. Are you doing an OG60 build at some point? I was looking at that for a minute, the pre-order, but I didn't get in on it. You guys think I should? Is it still available? Can you still like buy it? Do you guys think I should? Is it worth it? Probably gonna get that Synth 60 though. I think that group buy period ends next month, so I'll pick it up in March when I got new money. There's something. Oh, the Swiss cheese board also ends early March. I like films. Films are like my favorite part. Especially after I got these blue ones. This is like so... I don't know. I don't have to think that much to do them. I think there's so much like thinking and precision needed with every other step. I feel energized now. I think it's a mixture of the snacks and also getting a little warmed up. Oh, that's it for that. Next up, new sheet. All right, this is... I don't know how many this is. 30, this is 25, I think. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, 27? And I guess that's 33. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, 33. Okay, we're almost at the halfway mark here. We're going to rotate early. It's like a big, I don't know, charcuterie board. I think I'm going to go... I'm debating whether or not I want to even touch the 107 for the springs. Part of me is just like, should I just go straight into the 205? Just brush 205 on all these springs? I realized if I wanted to make this more even, I could have just lined that up there. Fuck it, I'm gonna do that. Just make it look nicer. Oh, dude, Kester solder versus Mayhem is a massive difference. Kester wets and flows so much better and cools off quicker for a shinier and nicer looking joint. Are you sure that your previous one wasn't lead-free? Your Mayhem? Maybe it's just like a different core? I don't know. Well, it's good that you got something that you like. That's for sure. But you're like, man, what was I doing this whole time? Like, you wouldn't know this without having some experience with bro. It said, man, 6337 Rosen or whatever core, but it's just not built the same. Kester definitely hits different. Maybe because this one was no clean, I don't know. All right, now at this point, it's more it's more even. All right, we got 20 left. Oh, it sounds like it's gonna be off. Oh, that's not bad. How'd that fly over there? Are we chopping up? No, we're good right now. Well, let's go here anyways. All right, 10 left. Who is that? Westish. Oh, that's a cool name. Thanks for the follow. Punk Shoe. Gordon Derp. Welcome. Thank you guys for the Artisan Box Community Challenge contributions. Gotta get to bed early tonight. I'll have a great rest of the stream. Alright. Punk Shoe. Thanks so much for being here. Take care. See you again soon. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so. Similarly late. Dang, it's already midnight. Crazy. I do have to be up somewhat early tomorrow. So what my guess is I'm probably gonna run or like do the springs and then just save the stems for tomorrow. And if I don't finish the stems and all of this by tomorrow night, then I'll be continuing it. The goal is to have the Polaris built by tomorrow, but if that can't happen, we'll keep pushing. And I still have a lot of keyboard content in general, but we've exhausted all of our pre-done switches. So this might be how we end up streaming a lot more and extending my backlog out. Okay, so all of these are filmed now, so you guys can see there. All right, let's do some springs. I'm gonna bag up these Hyperglide brown springs here. Mark this up too. Hyperglide brown. I just want to free up this tray. I might actually save these for myself again for another IROX IROX spring swap at some point. Okie-doke. I think we're gonna go oilless today on these springs. I'll just dump them all out. Oh, here we go. Okie doke. All right, straight into it. Take a little bit and just start brushing it onto this spring here. A couple of little minor dabs at it. Gardner, yeah, we don't have a build today, or something. Yeah, no, maybe I should probably have fixed that to show what these switches actually are. Let me fix that. It's not a build. Actually, I could put this. Build. Okay, it's up now. Exclamation build again if you care to see it for real. The details of these switches we're tuning, it's not a build. I guess we're building switches. Did you get it on the snipe? I did. No, yeah, you showed that picture. I got the brown one. Super exciting. Man, there's so few brown boards. But man, I gotta tell you, that burgundy looked really nice too. Kind of a little bit like, man, I really probably should have got that burgundy, because it's like the only thing that I think is gonna match my Hamon themed Idea 23 keycaps that I have, like the High Pro keycaps. But like, my hope is there'll be some other like Topre or EC housing that's gonna be in a burgundy. That'd probably be the way to go if it's not gonna be the snipe. Snipe brown looks so good. Bro, we need more brown boards, man. Just in general, MX, EC, anything. I gotta speed up on these springs. Not that I think this is really slow. I'm actually doing this at maybe a faster rate than I used to do them, but I still want to speed it up. We're at like the 2-hour 15 mark. We've done a 6 of the springs already. Did a bunch of stuff with the bottoms and the tops and the films. Alright, it's getting a little warm. Hey, shouts out to these reverse tweezers. Making these nice. Although, you know, it would make this a lot nicer is if I had a desk mat, because these elbow bones just against this hard desk is kind of much. quarter of the way. Is that 15? 15 out of 60? Yeah. Oh. You know, I'm debating. I gotta catch up on all these film scans. Been a whole damn year between going backwards from roll 141 to roll 140. I get this. You know what I want to do? I think at some point is maybe just tack on a film scan, like a roll to scan at the end of every build. It'll help me catch up a little bit, I think. It's Holiday Inn by Chingy. Yeah, I need to develop my shit. I think if you just develop it and then scan it on stream after every build, that's how you'll that's how you get to it. Just tie it in. Gordon, I didn't know you shot film. Do you post your photos anywhere? Oh shit. Fuck. Yeah, I definitely need a desk mat. I just like sat on this bone funny. All right, one more spring and I'm gonna grab one. I shoot as in I point the camera at people and press the button. Oh yeah, welcome to the club. Is it really that much more complicated than that? I mean, yeah, you could plan it out and everything, but at the end of the day, taking photos. You know what I've been noticing? We can run any of these desk mats. We haven't run this guy in a while. Busy town. A lot of keyboard people in AU are into film. They like get really into it. All right, 1 second. We're gonna put this over here really quickly. All right, that didn't fall, at least not yet. I gotta get a desk mat on. It's like the hard surface against my forearm bones. Just here for the vibes. Okay, you know what I've been noticing a lot? I've been watching like a bunch of like photography creators. And maybe, I don't know if this is like, okay, because like I'm not formally trained in photography. I've been shooting for a few years now, but I'm not formally trained. Oh, this is a lot nicer. Put my elbows here. Zasko, welcome back. But I've been noticing a lot of people saying the phrase make photos instead of take photos. And I don't know, like I kind of get it. It's like, at first I thought it sounded kind of funny. Oh shit, this is 2 springs. Hold up. This is not 1 spring, this is 2. Oh my god. How do you break this apart? I put a bunch of lube on it too. Damn it, man. Bussy. Twist in opposite directions. I got it. Okay. Now they were just like, they were very embedded into each other. I was like, what the hell? Because I'd also just brushed on a bunch of lube, so I didn't really want to like touch the middle of it. Sometimes I do that. However, Spanish is my first language, and we kind of say make most of the times. No, like I don't know. Like it seems like a few photography content creators have specifically been using the phrase make photos, and I feel like it's kind of intentional. Because I think, like at first I thought it sounded weird, but then I think like they were saying it intentionally as though like, don't just take it, make it. Like I think that's their thing, and it's like I get it. I really do get it, but at the same time, like I also get a little bit of a feeling like, oh, it sounds like a little pretentious, like a little bit. As in be less passive. Yeah, like maybe like it's more like what it sounded like kind of was like plan your shots. Like put more thought and feeling to it so it's not just a snapshot. And I get it. I do. Or like just basically, I think basically the idea is like be a better photographer. I don't know. I haven't been shooting quite as much over the last few months, and I kind of feel like I should. I want to. I should. This mix is not good. But yeah, I've been shooting much recently. I feel like if I get back to scanning the film that like I just have backlogged, maybe that'll help bring me back. But also I need to develop a bunch of film. I just bought some distilled water today. I've been like holding off on that for a long time. So I have about like, I want to say 8 or 9 rolls to be developed. I usually buy my C41 kits like in 2s just because I have a 5-reel tank. It just helps me develop way faster. But I don't like 2 sets cost about $65 total here because I can just go pick it up from a shop that's pretty close by. But those are supposed to last you like anywhere from like 20 to 40 rolls. And then you don't want to like, you don't really want to like mix your chemistry too soon, like before you have a whole lot done. So it's like, I need to like get it together. Hopefully I'll have some shows to shoot. I've signed up for a few in March here. But I need to be shooting. I need to be shooting. How are you liking that thermal? Got a good price for an extra, or like I guess aftermarket one, and I was thinking about getting it. Oh, I like it. I really do. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It's just a funny thing. Like, just overall, I gotta say I like it. But I think a big thing possibly that might be happening is when it comes to sound, like the sound is overtaking it. And I think the sound, it's like it's being so like carried, if not just like drowned by the fact that I'm using these SA caps. So like it kind of doesn't have me feeling or hearing a whole lot else because all I'm thinking about is the crazy ass sound, the combination here of the thermal with these SA caps. And it sounds nice. I really do like it. But it's hard for me to give a super fair assumption, or like a sort of, not assumption, but assessment of it right now, other than, oh, it's good, I like it. One other thing, real quick, okay, a couple of notes to make about it. Again, Keeper 420, thanks for the follow. I'll mention this, just a couple of interesting things. One, it took long as hell to deliver. 2 is that I think it sounds like some people are disappointed by the gold, or like the rose color looking more gold, which turns out is only like at certain angles, because I got the plate and like it does show up as rose. at certain angles and looks really, really good in those angles, but other angles it just looks straight gold. It's kind of weird. But okay, the other one real surprising thing is that the feet, like, it came with adhesive feet, but it turns out like you don't even need to remove the backing. I was surprised by this. You could just press it in because there's like slots. Like the slots for it just accept the feet really well. And I don't know. It's just like such a tiny thing, but like that made me kind of happy. This is even as small as it is. I miss taking pictures like I used to. I never did any formal training either, but it was fun back when I was in college. Yeah, for sure. No, I get it. I think it's just that like, I don't know. I need to be out more. I need to be out more. I need to be around more people. And I think those are the types of pictures I like taking. And it's just, you know, I guess pandemic changed things, right? It's kind of how it is. Have you tried it with GMK caps? Not yet. I want to at some point. Unrelated, do you have a Keychron Q60 since it's an HHKB layout? I don't. I was looking at getting one back when it was still in pre-order mode, but I guess, you know, I never picked one up, just kind of assuming that like it's Keychron, so it'd be like pretty available. But last I checked, like they're not available. Are they not still? The one thing that did bother me was that it was hot swap only. It's in stock right now? I see. I'll keep the window open, or I'll keep a tab open for it, and then I'll go back to debating it, whether or not I want it, but it's just like, if it was solder, I'd get it. But like the hot swap just bothers me. I don't know, hot swap just bothers me. The proportions are kind of fugly. It is a kind of weird looking board too. I agree. Like the shape of it, like the edges, kind of a little funky. You say fugly, I say funky. But Gambo Shroud, welcome by the way. Same things, like I've been debating that OG60 as well. I don't know if that's still in stock. I think that was a KBD fans thing, right? OG60 is interesting because they're using that that gasket sock mount that the D60 Lite and you know some of these other boards are doing, but like, you know, I only really have experience KBD fans with the what is it, D60 and D60 Lite, where I feel like they whiffed on their implementation of gasket mounting there. But I looked at the OG60 and I think that one has a daughter board, so that one seems significantly more promising. OG60 is in stock, I see. Shikimazu, welcome. Welcome. I like fugly. That's a sizable lubing station. It is, isn't it? We don't even use all of it. Like, not even half. Actually, this is a third. Literally a third, I think. I think OG60 has an option for top mount too. Oh, we're halfway through all these springs. Maybe there's a chance here that I will at least start some of the stems. I don't know if I'll finish tonight, because I feel like I probably should get to bed before 3 tonight. So I don't think I'm gonna finish. I gotta be up early tomorrow. I know that the Tofu version 2.0, Tofu 2.0, that one has a bunch of different mounting options. So that one's been intriguing to me as well. Is the same type of tweezers for my iFixit kit for switch lubing? Hell yeah. I brush lube my springs. It's not many of us, but I do. And it's perfect for springs. Do you lube your springs? Brush lube your springs, Shikimazu? I wonder if this is enough TXXL for another 60. I think it might be. Dark Prez, welcome, welcome. Thanks for that contribution. Bag lube them. I'm too lazy to brush them. Oh, no. We ain't a bunch of savages here. We're professionals. We brush lube the springs. Is those twos are my iFix 2. iFixit Kit 2 to save my hands while donut dipping. Clutch wreck from you, Chris. I appreciate that. But I was just like, I was thinking about this. I was like, I think it was during my break. I was like, there's got to be a way to make this easier. I was like, wait a second, this has to exist. Currently, yes to brush, as I found out I don't have the lube to bag or container lube. I see. I don't know why I have this so far. What is the point of that? This is like far away from me. What's with your desk? 63 inches. And the length, 31. 31. Oh, it's kind of like funny looking. 31 inches from this end to that far end. But then there's an extra foot-long desk. It's only like a foot deep desk or table behind it, and that's kind of like where all the monitors are like mounted and stuff, and also the overhead. This guy. You know what I wish there was a better way of installing freaking gaskets for gasket mount. This shit is not the move, but feels good. Are you talking about like adhesive, like pour-on gaskets? Because 100% agree. Yes, sir. So that's around 42 inches of depth. Yeah, it is pretty long. You have a huge room. It's actually not that huge. I don't know. Is this huge? Like, there's not that much space. Like, I don't have my full wingspan. Like, my right hand is over the desk, and then my left hand here is over this Kallax. That's big. It's all right. Yeah. Also, by the way, McJizzle, yeah, I don't like adhesive pour-on gaskets. I think that's one of the worst ways. In my opinion, I feel like that's one of the worst ways to sort of design, like, the idea of a gasket mounting. Like, there's just so many better ways to do it that I feel like people have discovered. I feel like. Don't forget, we already said, yes, I am tiny. I'm not a big guy. I mean, I'm big this way. But overall, I'm not a big guy. Lily's gasket mounted. Is it adhesive pour mounted? I don't know. I don't like it. Like, you know, okay, I've talked about this before, but you know what the worst is? The worst is, and we talked about it here, when they, like, the gasket, like, the channel that you put the gasket into is raised on basically all four sides. Oh, it's a travesty. I think the D60 was like that, the aluminum version, and then the Z60 from Quarkies. Oh, so bad. It is? I see. It's not my favorite. Like, I like how people have shifted into, like, socks. The thing is, how do I put it? Like, the results of it are pretty good. I hate doing it. Oh my god, are you still lubing? I am still lubing. Oh my god. Most gasket boards like that. Would you consider... Okay, you guys tell me this. Would you consider the idea of, like, a gummy O-ring mount? Like, that counts as a gasket, right? Because, I don't know. In my head, that's a gasket. But you guys tell me if that's not right. Because I think that's a good way. I mean, granted, it's weird when you do it with HHKBs because you need, like, you know, the corner posts, which I do with dummy bottoms. It's a specific type of gasket, yes. So I think that's, like, that way, plus, like, the, you know, gasket socks. Gummy O-ring is a literal gasket, so yeah, I'd agree. I'm trying to think. I think those might be the D60 and the Z60 so far are the ones that I recall that have that fourth channel lip. Oh, I hate it. You're technically right, but then you can't do things like leaf spring plates. Which part am I right about? Overall, I think the O-ring is a little bit different than gasket-mounted keyboards, only in that they don't have a gasket on top when they have a top case. Even when they have a top case. Right about gasket mount? I'd also consider a tadpole mount a form of a gasket mount. Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, the reality is, despite the fact that I hate building them, it hasn't stopped me from continuing to buy them. Like, there's just been, like, especially recently, there's still, like there's a lot of adhesive pour-on gasket boards that have like come out through 2022 and now I guess even here through 2023. It's just like, but it looks too cool. It looks too cool to not get it. So it's just like, I'll live with it. And again, the end result is nice. Like I noticed that like with adhesive pour-on gasket mount boards, the ones that I've used so far, like, and the way that they have been designed, despite my hatred for the actual installation of pour-on gaskets, they all seem to make, like, for example, the spacebar sound really good. F1 O-ring gaskets is a little more of a pain because the gaskets don't always stay in the right spot, but the results are fantastic. Yeah. And I think, like at the end of the day, it's like, that's the thing, like presumably you're not building it more frequently than you use it. Like that just wouldn't make sense, right? Like you build it, don't use it, and then you build it again. But that's also especially like, I think in general, not really a problem when you use adhesive pour-on gaskets because I guess typically, not 100% of the time, but typically you're putting the gaskets on the case. So you still really want to do it more than once, but you know what was a weird thing though was the live oak. I love the live oak. I hate pour-on gaskets. I love the live oak, but that one was a weird one because I don't think you could really put the gaskets on the case. Not, at least not reliably, because that one was especially weird. There were no channel, like there was no channel on the top case. It was like you could see the indentations for it on the bottom case, and so you could put it on. But the top case had nothing. So it's like I ended up putting gaskets on the bottom case, but then I put the top gaskets on the plate. And it's just like that's a whole weird thing. And so you'd end up probably needing more gaskets if you ended up getting like a second plate, if you're trying to do like more than one assembly for it. That I found really weird. I think that was probably the one downside to to the live oak was just the weirdness of that, because I would venture to say that's even worse. That's like even worse than just regular. Like your only other hope would have been, or like, you know, to make things more consistent, just to put both the top and the bottom gaskets on the plate itself. That probably would have made more sense. I didn't do that though, because I just kind of figured, well, if I ever end up getting like that second plate, you could still maybe try to figure something out with the top gaskets. Is there a leaf spring HHKB board? I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like the thermal kind of counts as one, I guess. Are there any that I own that I'm forgetting? Like, I don't know what would really otherwise constitute like a leaf spring board in a 60, because I feel like it's not something I say, like I look at it and say like, oh, that would count. Like, in general, for like gasket socks, like, does that kind of, like, I don't know. Look, maybe this is my ignorance, right? But like between like the D60 Lite and the QK60, that both use that gasket sock method, would those count as like leaf spring or no? Isn't the thermal the original leaf spring board? That's what I figured. Oh, I got a couple hydrates here I gotta take care of from How Good Are Keyboards and Kapu Hello World. So let me do this. I did like the Piggy too. The Piggy was nice. That was a good pour on gasket board. And you know what was funny about the Piggy was knowing that I really don't like gasket mounted boards. Is like I got like 3 extra sets of gaskets. I don't think I broke into the second. Like I think I did it all with like 1 set. But it's just like I had such an aversion to the idea of liking the installation of pour on gaskets that is just like, yeah, I'm gonna get like infinity of these. And when the Lily comes out, you better believe I'm getting like 3 extra set of gaskets. I also don't really think any of the things we call leaf spring really seem like leaf springs to me. When I think of leaf spring, the clearest example of vehicle suspension and its multiple strips of metal or leaves layered together to form the string. Yeah. Same. Bottom internal frame is a lot easier to install gaskets on. The top case was a weenie just now. Oh, is that what you're working on right now, Big Jizzle? Finally working on that, Piggy. Infinity Pour-On Gauntlet. Area Mount AM65 seems the closest, but not real HHKB. Is the AM65 like a leaf spring board? Finally finishing up this big old brass boy. A big old brass boy. How you lube the spring? I'm lubing it in a way that I don't think a lot of people is super common. I take these reverse tweezers, just sort of clutch it like that. I take a dab or 2 of this 205 grade 0, and then I just brush it along one side lightly. Flip it 180, brush it along the other side. And if I don't have enough, that's where I'll take that second one. Just kind of brush that on. Take a little bit of extra. Put a little dab right there near where the bottom is, where it's being like sort of held. And then turn around and then dip it. So kind of a lot. Kind of a lot of lube, but I feel like this is the best way I've found to really make sure there's no spring sounds, undesired spring sounds. So kind of a lot, and I make it take really long, but worth it in my opinion. Almost finished with these springs. Time is it? Almost 1. So much of the terminology in this hobby is used like marketing lingo, where they find words that make people excited, then try and use those to describe what they're doing, like the way people use the term AI single sign-on neutral nets. Or or sorry, neural nets, natural language processing. These are all words used to sell products that are actually nothing like what people think they are. Yep. It was just, you know what was so crazy? You know what I found so crazy was like the idea of gasket mounting a board was like used to like promo a board. Like, I don't know. There's a point where I felt like, I don't know, it was like 2021, 2022, where, I don't know, it's just like, oh, like that was, like, gasket mounted was like the first term used, like, in a bunch of ICs. It's crazy. Like, I'm just like, that can't be like your main draw. like why not market it towards how cool it looks? It's like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Come on, don't bring S's onto it. After GMMK Pro. That was weird, right? I don't know. I don't know if you guys found that as weird as I did. During the illustration people used that showed how gaskets made the board bouncier. Wait, can you find this illustration? I mean, people think of integrated plate, tray mount, even top mount as outdated or inferior, and I hate that. Yeah, that's a little weird. Gaskets don't do shit for bounce. They really don't. At least I don't know. At least I haven't found that they do. So like my auger is a very bouncy board, but the gaskets for it dictate more of how firm or soft it is before / during the bounce, rather than how bouncy it actually is. That's just my understanding of it. I love when people press on the alphas as hard as possible to show how flexy it is. It's kind of, I've always found that ridiculous. Like, because like, like I do it too. But it's kind of ridiculous, right? They're just like, what good does that do? It really doesn't do that much good. Watch the keys wrap around my finger. I've only really tried one board ever that actually flexed as I typed. What board was that? The PP Poo Poo 40 or something. Oh. I feel like that was something that was like last year, right? Like early last year-ish. Also, I found out people swap out alloy plate for softer plate, and since bouncier, feel that shit hilarious. Oh. Shit, I guess we're done. Oh, I guess I probably did one more spring than necessary because... Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna pull one off here. I didn't need to lube that. We're gonna do one of these 75s here. Let's take a look at that. Where's my cursor? Oh, okay, I remember this, yeah. I remember thinking the name was funny. I might just not be a super filler, but I don't find that gasket duro does much for the feel of the board to me. To me, the gaskets really just tend to influence the sound as it's isolating the plate from the case. I feel like Sinvec, it was either you or somebody else who made mention of that really recently, and I was like, that explains so much more. Like, that explains, like, way more about what this does. What was it? I think there was also, like, some notion that, while it doesn't, like, it wouldn't influence, like, the idea of, like the feeling of the board when you're typing it. I mean, I guess, like, in the sense of a bounce. One thing I noticed is that, like, there's a couple boards that I had that, or I've tried that I felt like this is a little bit weird. And I'm not sure if there's like this notion that the gaskets kind of like accept the vibrations depending on the hardness of it or like the firmness of it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, as an example, like, it's weird because I've felt some of these even, I don't know, maybe it's just a weird thing. But I felt like weird, people call them vibrations, like maybe jitters, I don't know. Like, that's what I was like calling it, that, you know, the times that I kind of experienced it. Where I felt like, I don't know, when I was typing, it's just, there was a weird feeling. Bring a board to the meetup next week that's mounted on Springs Akko SPR67. Gotta try that out. Oh, next Saturday, right? Yeah. Can't wait to see you guys again. Okay, so there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to at least do the spacebar switch so I can mark it up and just know in advance. Looks like I think we have enough for another set of 60, I believe. So those TXXLs are going to go into something else at some point. Here we go. All right, so the goal with this, the whole purpose of doing all this, I want to lube the legs. That's like the whole thing about this the set of switches that I'm tuning here, is that like there's so many suggestions that you shouldn't lube the legs, but I've done enough brown builds that I'm just like, okay, well, what's next? I guess we're lubing the legs. And also, here's my light coat. My light coat of lube here. So I'm just kind of lubing everything. Springs help around the bump more. I lubed the legs of my browns and it was fine. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah, it feels fine, man. I don't know, it just feels like a switch. But I guess we'll do a comparison build and just kind of like find out how it really compares. Man, I'm just like coloring this whole side in now at this point. I don't know if maybe this Sharpie's like dying. I even used 205. Yeah, we're using 205 tonight here. I noticed that sometimes in FR4C carbon fiber and plateless, I personally really like that feel, but I tend to acclimate to it and then not notice anymore. So I'll switch builds until I desensitize to it again, and then switch back. Are you talking about that vibration feeling? Like, it feels like, I don't know, there's just like a weird thing at the end. People be like, gonna linearize your tactile switch. I've not found a way to make a tactile feel like a linear. You could sand it down. I will say I 100% feel the differences between plate design, material, and mounting style from board to board, especially when bouncing between my builds. John Bond, welcome. Down this night's key set to go with the thermal. Oh, I'm glad you said that because, man, we were getting some shit for it yesterday, man. We were building, or sorry, what was it, Thursday? We were getting some shit for it on Thursday. We were like, oh, man, I don't know about that one, guys. People did not like this. And maybe they didn't like the overhead. When you put it overhead, people didn't like this at all. But, you know, this view, maybe it does look a little bit better. I don't know. Oh, yeah, my opinion changed overhead. I mean, no one really looks directly downwards at their keyboard like that, you know? I don't know. Unless you guys do. Haters. My opinion changed overhead. Okay, 100% some materials feel a little too similar for me to say I could pick them out in a blind test, but I can feel the difference. I don't know, again. I would say, like, I'm less of a super feeler than Sinvec. I could sometimes tell, do I hate or love it? I think at some point I realize I have so many boards. There's not enough room to hate. There's not enough room to hate how a board really feels for me personally, unless it's not an HHKB. Oh shit. I think you know what it is though? I think I just really hated the Z60. At the end of the day, I really hated the Z60 because it had the 4-lip gasket, pour-on gasket channel. Oh. And then on top of that, like assembling it with the press bars was really ridiculously annoying. And then I remember thinking that like that build process was just so not friendly, and being so frustrated by it that like it's like kind of down there in terms of builds that I've ever done. But then I remember like using it after, and I was like, this is not that bad. This is a pretty nice board to like use. It's just like, oh my god, that was just so not fun to build. The D60 from KBD fans, that was one of the first customs that I kind of built, like since returning to the hobby. And what I noticed about it was like it was weird because they have like the big old gasket channels, which again was also 4-lipped. But then the instructions, it was the first time I had seen like these gasket mount boards. The instructions said to put the gaskets on the plate, which really in that case doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't think. Because, how do I put it? If you don't align it so perfectly, like on the plate, and it's trying to land itself into the case with the 4 lips, it's like it's not going to make it there. So what I ended up remembering was the the first time I disassembled it, like the gaskets were like really kind of weird. Cause like it didn't make it in 100% all the way. Not that you could really expect it to, but it didn't make it. And then like the gasket was kind of really weirdly malformed. And I guess like again, like it provided, I guess, some isolation. And I think that's kind of what it boils down to, more so than anything. But it was just weird. I've only actively disliked one board I owned. The injection molded Bakaneko 60 sounded awful. I ended up having to cram it with foam to sound okay to me, and then it was stiff and annoying, so I just filled it with an assortment of switches and then put it in the closet as punishment. Wow. Bakaneko, really? You didn't like that? I feel like a lot of people love that board. Taylor, thoughts about the thermal? It's good. We've been mentioning this for a second here, but it's good. As I kind of mentioned, a couple times here on stream, it's that the combination of SA caps, it's just so it's so outdone by the SA caps that it's really hard to hear or feel anything else about it, but it is nice. And it looks cool. Like it's got those heat fins and everything. Zinvek, did you try the penny mode? I guess it will be better than foam. I don't know what that is, but sugar, welcome. Scarlet TKL was probably the one purchase I regretted. Everything about it just felt cheap and scuffed. Oh no. That was too much ever, maybe one day. Do you think that it's kind of vibrant? The color? Or do you mean just like the vibe? Are we talking about the thermal? I don't know, it's got a good color. Oh, this is the mounting. Vibrant. I'm not gonna lie. I don't 100% know how to answer that question. Is the mounting vibrant? I'm not sure. What I will say is that a lot of my enjoyment of a keyboard boils down to, one, is it an HHKB, and two, does it look cool? And this board hits on that. Oh, vibrate. Okay, sorry. Okay, vibrations. Does it vibrate a lot? I haven't had any issues with it, I don't think. Now you have me just like wanting to just smash around with it. I haven't had any big issues with it like vibrating a lot, at least not on my end. Again, maybe that could be just, just because like the SA keycaps just overtake everything about this board, from how it looks to how it sounds. All right, so here's my plan. It's about 1 a.m. right now. I think I'm going to... I'll lube stems for like another hour, and we'll just kind of see how it is. Or like I'll go to like 2 a.m. There's a chance we could finish all these tonight. And it's so nice that I only do 60 switches. Hefty Keeps, thanks for that contribution. Kabuhilla World. Yeah, guys, I got a new type test video. Like and subscribe. Damn, that serious sounds good. Yeah. OEM Palm. By the way, turn on closed captioning if you guys want to... If you guys want to hear a little bit more about the build, which is, I don't know, not that crazy. I like the score out of 1. If you view the closed caption in all my other videos too, they all have similar information and also a rating at the end. Is that ski data on the thermal? It's SA hacked by geeks, which is kind of it was an SA set run 8 years ago. 8 years ago now. And it was kind of a mix between like Dolch and ski data. And really, I think what it boiled down to was it was like the geek hack colorway. It's kind of why it was called like hacked by geeks. Yeah. Or like the geek hack dark mode specifically. There's a period of time where geek hack didn't have that theme as default. And so like I only know geek hack that way. All right, let me see. I will do it if you get that SA keycap out of my sight. That's nice. I always do 110 just so I have enough switches for when I get a full size. And that's the funny thing too. Is that like I only do 60, so I'll never be able to swap these switches into like a TKL. And I think about how lonely my KMAC is gonna be. Just like can never have anything because I never lubed this many switches. Let's see. And when I have my fossil in hand, I'll be able to fill it with any of my switches. I haven't tried QMX stabilizers yet, and if so, how are they? Yeetus, I have not tried them. I don't know how many people here have. We've had people talking about it, but I'm not sure, how popular they'll be. Are they out already? I want a ski data set. Saw DCX is on pre-order. Are their keycap sets good? I personally have not tried DCX. I personally don't think I'll ever get in on it just because, like, what I could tell from it is, and it's just aesthetics. Like, their legend quality, like, it's made to, like, look like cherry, but it doesn't 100%, like, it doesn't even, like, get close to, like, what I personally like about cherry. Like, there's a bunch of, like, replicas, when it comes to, like, legending to kind of match cherries, and then some of them hit and some of them don't. And I don't think DCX does. I don't 100% think JTK does. I think it was Milky. I think it was Milky Way. Milky Way is a little weird. Geek Arc's not super great either, but I think EPBT really nice. I don't like how EPBT feels, but their legends are always super good. CRP is really good. I think like NK, the novel keys, PBT is really good except for those arrow keys. Anyways, it's all aesthetic for me. I haven't tried DCX otherwise. So if you're more about feeling, or if you don't care about the legends like I do, I would say go and try it. But I've also kind of heard that like people's reactions to DCX was a little bit lukewarm. A little bit. But it's up to you to try. Geek Hack not the same anymore. Taylor, top 3 HHKB under 400. Ooh, that's a good question. Under 400. HB60. If MTB Keys has any HB60s left, go grab that shit. Does Geek Hack involve keyboard stuff only? There's like a couple other non-keyboard sections, but it's mostly keyboard stuff. I think QMX stabilizer is still in pre-order. Not sure if any content creators have them. I see. Novel Keys currently has them. I was tempted to pick some up, but I haven't seen anything on them. Ooh, Hefty Keebs. Thank you for the resub. Tier 1. 2 months. 2 months of support. I appreciate it. All right, let me catch up here. Sorry, I feel like I'm missing... Are you talking about the Yeetus? You're talking about the novel keys. Are you talking about the QMX stabilizers, or are you talking about their PBT? I've not tried QMX stabilizers and probably won't unless someone I know tries them and says they're the best thing since sliced bread. Then I might try to see what the hype is about. I see. Maybe I'll try. I've been impressed with the Osme and PBT fans quality. I am not a fan of the PBT fans legends. Like, I don't know. I know that a lot of people out there is just like they're all about PBT fans, I feel like. I'm not a fan of the legends. I don't think JTK is that bad, but I do feel like JTK is not It's not EPBT or CRP level. HB60 honeyboard 60. Yes, the honeyboard. That's like one of my top 3 boards. Period. It depends. When you say like under 400, it's like, are you talking about a full build? Are you talking about like, you know, the case primarily? Like as an example, the S60, you know, and you know the show offerings for Topre, it's like those are well under 400, but then they require you to go and get the HHKB, which will pull it over 400. All right, continuing trying to catch up. I don't have a cherry keycap right now. Can you compare Topre with the cherry profile one? I think it's smaller. Cherry profiles are like among some of the shorter ones. Topre keycaps are gonna be like that OEM style shape. Speaking of EPBT, I have Winter Breath. I should really try that out on a board. Oh. Top HHKB and actual... Yeah, I mean, like, just HHKB, period. I mean, it's got to be up there in terms of HHKBs under 400 that are good. Yeah, QMX, I see. So, NK has QMX. EPBT reverse dice sub is terrible, though. I see. I hadn't experienced it, so... I love the tiny Osame Legends, but my last Osame set, Dusk, had noticeable fading towards the bottom of the caps, which bothered me. Did you get the AKB Vero Sag? I did. PC Load Letter helped me hit on one. And I gotta tell you guys, that board's nice. I really, really like the low front height. I think low front height is like such an underrated design pattern. I don't know. Like, and it's like people, I feel like some people out there do like front height, but it's just like, oh man, you gotta put front heights really low. Your boards will be really good. Can you help me get one? Man, you know, they ran those extras. I was trying to see if I could get in on one of those FNF teals. I guess I'm not a friend, you know? Not a friend. That was one of the saddest... Okay, I gotta mention this. That was one of the saddest things I'd heard was when Gucci Mane got out of prison. Well, before Gucci Mane got put into prison, he ended up beefing with one of his good friends, Waka Flocka. And when he got out of prison in what was probably 2017, he had this whole big show. It's like Gucci Mane and friends, and there was like a whole bunch of people who showed out for it. Big concert. Edith, thank you for the follow. And Waka Flocka was not invited upon his Gucci Mane's release from prison. And someone asked him in an interview, hey, like, what was going on with the Gucci Mane thing? And Waka Flocka says, well, I guess I'm not a friend. Oh, was that the question? Oh, shit. Was I totally... Okay, no. Taylor asked for top 3 HHKB. Chris, what's your top non-HHKB? None of them non-HHKB layouts are for chumps. That's true. This is true. What was that little tray you used to hold your stems and housings, and is it stackable? If so, it looks dope. I think these were from the front section of the Target. Like, if you go into Target, and then there's like that front section of like shit that's like $1. But then they don't always have these. In fact, I don't think I've seen these more than once the time that I got it. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll come back. I don't know. I really don't know. But these are nice. What are even these names? Gucci Mane? Waka Flocka? Oh, legends. Actual legends. Yeah, low front height boards is all I'm after now. My SO needs low front height. She hates most of my boards because they're too tall. Damn, HB60 is a 4-degree typing angle. It's tall though. Like the front height on it is a little bit taller. So, but yeah, HB60 is cool. Flocka. Damn, that's cold. I know, right? Waka Flocka Flame. Sabuyas. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello, I found you on your VODs. Oh, sick. Hey, my YouTube presence. I got presents. What VOD did you see? Or have you seen many? What was your favorite VOD? Shit, I got so many stupid ass little things we've done on stream here. What are my favorite? What were you guys' favorite? What was your favorite stream of mine? Mine had to have been when I was intentionally cracking an acrylic plate because I wanted to get this full, what was it? Full backspace and full right shift cut down so that it would actually be usable for me. Dude, Subathon was good and K-Mac Happy Build specifically was awesome. Oh, that was cool. That was the my first time using... Was that my first? That was one of the first times using slow 3s. And then like slow 4 and slow 5 came out right after. What else have I really enjoyed? What other stupid things have I done here? Maybe when I, the Tetrix. The Tetrix, I came with a bad diode and then I broke it trying to fix it. And so we had to fix it like double. That was a pretty good one. That was pretty recent. Ah, shit. Watch Couple of your VODs pretty chill. I appreciate that. Flash Sidewinder? Oh yeah, the very recent Sidewinder build. That would have been a good one. I was MXifying these Alps-like switches. Might be faster to list the non-stupid things. True. True. The whole week, including the Tetrix, was a fun trip. I think whenever the wire cutters come out and I'm not cutting wires, it's gonna be a good stream. You know what's funny is that I actually really enjoyed the end of the Sidewinder stream. I had to go bed that night, so I missed the ending, but watched the rest of the VOD. And as mentioned, I think I messed up the right shift switch at some point, whether or not that was during the stream or afterwards. What camera are you using? My face cam is an old Nikon D7200 DSLR. This guy right here is a Nikon Z6 II, and then this right here is a Z6 I. That's what I was looking for the other day. Oh god, I guess we gotta watch this. Oh god. Oh, pause. Oh, this! Oh, yes. Okay. This is when we spackled the, Wait, is this... Wait, is this muted? Oh, shit, it's muted. Oh, fuck. Wait, why is this like the double sound is going crazy? Oh god. Hold up, I think it's this. This is not muted. So yeah, we were spackling this plastic tray case. So for you guys who haven't seen these before, these are $14 tray cases that you kind of were able to get on a bunch of different. I think like KBD fans had them, but I think they might be sold out. You might still be able to get them cheap other places. They're really inexpensive. But then there's a really like there's a giant sprue within this like hollowed out rectangle. It's really really ugly. So we were trying to figure out how to just kind of patch it up so I could put like a sticker on it flat. Because I was trying to put a sticker on it. And then like it would like dip in and just look really ugly. So we found some spackle. Oh shit. What the hell is this? Anyways. What's going on? Wait, I missed some stuff here. Oh, Nico Steven, welcome. Love the quality, my dude. One of the best quality on Twitch. Oh, thank you. I mean, I think it's this angle. I remember that was coming from the Starfire. Oh, yeah. That was crazy. Makes sense. How did this spackle turn out? Oh, it's good. I'd go grab it if you guys want to see it. I'll grab it right now. I mean, it's covered by a sticker now, and it's like, it lays flat. Yes, we want to see it. Yeah, no, I mean, it's good now. It's just, it's flat. It doesn't dip in anymore. There's no stupid remnants of a sprue. Here it is overhead if you guys wanted to see this here. Flat. Look at that, just flat. Actually, you could still see it a little bit there. I guess it's sunk in. It was worse before. Yeah, it's less noticeable now. What sticker is the coolest? Oh, it's the cool. It's not that flat, but it's flat-ish. Before it was like, I don't know. Anyways. It looks fine like this, right? I can see a little dip. You can still see it. Mostly flat. This was all we were looking for. It's a $14 case. Probably shrunk when it dried. It might have. We waited a day. And I know that there was some talk of maybe trying to wait 2 days. Bro, it's a $14 case. It's good enough. You guys could tell it's a cool S. Is this a plastic case? Yes, it is. This here is our Alps, Blue Alps switches. Worth it is good. Yeah, hell yeah. Kind of looks like a cool 5. Typically with spackle, you overfill it, let it dry, then sand it. Well, yeah. I guess that's my, that was the fatal mistake. Show me them titties, RJ64. Not now. Not yet. Not tonight. Who mama that sounds dang, love Blue Ops so much? Hell yeah. Just 10 of the switches are worth more than the case would have built. Who the fuck are you? I'm just a dude. I'm just a lowly streamer. We chilling tonight. Are you? Cute, thank you. Much appreciated. Always. Oh. That's all we needed. That's all we needed to hear. We chilling tonight. We vibing out. It's crazy how Blue Alps switches, like, I don't know, just in general, like there's some of these like switches, Brown Alps, Blue Alps. I guess that is true. 10 of the switches. I once got a couple of, what was it? I think it was IBM 5140s. Is that where the Brown Alps switches commonly get harvested from? I got a couple of those in like 2014 for something really cheap. Must have been like under $100. You know what they say about HHKB, guy? What do they say, guy? They got no caps. What type of keyboard are you making? We're tuning some switches for now. We're eventually going to be putting these in a Polaris. Hopefully tomorrow. Trying to see how much of these switches we can actually get done tonight. It's about 1:30. I think we're going to go till 2 here. Let's take a shot. Yes, let's. You first. Vamos. Let's go, let's do it. How do you normally mod your Blue Alps? No mod. The only mod I've ever done to Alps, or the only thing I've ever done to Alps was I did an RO59 dry lube on some green Alps, and I felt like it wasn't, nothing really changed. So ever since then, I haven't really touched anything related to Alps when it comes to like tuning. I just leave them all stock. And I haven't had any problem. Like, I mean, it's just like, it's nice. How many coats did you do? I did 3. And I think I might actually have like 3 VODs worth of dry lubing. And then you know what else happened was I was never really a fan of dry lubing. It's a lot of effort. It is. And then like, I don't know, I feel like it didn't do a lot for me. You know what was the most annoying part? Was afterwards. The container of RO59 that I had, it's like all of it like just seeped out. And then it just like dried up. Like it broke out of the container somehow. Capillary action? Is that what happened? Dude, I feel like I'm in such a weird state right now. Like, it's like I'm cold and like hot at the same time. You guys ever get that? We snacking on tonight? I got these barbecue pumpkin seeds. These are pretty dank, I gotta tell you. Give me some. All right, open wide. Pretty sure R059 is water-based, though. Oh. You probably just wet it again? I don't know what happened. I just remember just throwing it away. I bought, like, I don't know, it wasn't that expensive, but I was just like, I don't know what was going on. It was weird. I think it's these containers. Like, whatever container it was in was kind of, like, a little bit messed up. I'm about to put, like, I don't know, some sleeves on. Like, I'm cold, but this heater is not doing me good. Probably watertight, but not airtight. Ah. Explain the seeping. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I think I also have one of these, like, Panbo, thanks for the follow. I have one of these, like a 107, like a, was it Crytox 107, in a similar thing, like a similar container, and that's like kind of like leaked out inexplicably also. Maybe it's the same thing about air tightness. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna put on all of these tops on, and then I'm gonna go find like a sweater or something. Let me know if there was any choppiness on this overhead camera all night. I haven't been able to pick up on any, but you know, we've been switching between top and shoulder. Keyboard man, weather's been freezing lately. It's been weird. The weather's been super weird. Some of these are like totally off. That film's just kind of popping out the top. There's a winter weather advisory. It hailed again today. Whew. I don't think it hailed here, specifically here. Unless I just like totally ignored and disregarded it. Never thought I'd see the day when my car would be powdered with snow in SoCal. It's crazy. All right. So there we go with all of those. I might do some film alignments because there's just some popping out funny. I'm gonna grab a jacket. Jacket's a good move. This is one of my favorite jackets. It makes me feel like Lindsay Weir from Freaks and Geeks. You guys ever watch Freaks and Geeks? I own the DVD set, one of my favorite series of all time. Hammer Brother, welcome. Undeclared was really good too. I haven't seen Undeclared. What film are these? These are Deskies, but from Novel Keys, like the Novel Keys edition. Had a huge crush on Linda Cardellini since that show. She was in Good Burger. Good Burger the movie. Good Burger. You guys remember Good Burger? She was like in the I think they're like she was in a scene where they were like in a like a psych ward, I think. Yeah, very Daria. Daria style jacket. Is this what you guys think? This is a Daria jacket? There's a hood on it. It's like a really thin hood. One of my favorite jackets. All right. That'll be $8. Welcome to Good Burger. Classic. Classic. I remember there was a guy named Fez, and then I think it was Keenan. Was it Keenan who called him Fe? Like he was trying to abbreviate it. Fizz, or is it Fizz or Fez? Fi. It's like he never had a nickname before. All right, I think this jacket has helped. But I gotta be totally real, you guys. I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm kind of done. The rest of these stems, like I just looked at it and I thought like, man, like I felt like we were going pretty fast on this side. And then like we still got half of it to go. And part of me is just like, man, this seems like a tomorrow task. Enos, are these browns? Yeah, these are Hyperglide brown switches, and we're trying to lube everything, including the legs. And we also spring swapped some TX XL, 67 gram springs. Or how about this? I'm gonna do enough to get rid of this little bit of lube here left. And then I'll find some junk to give away. I'm gonna go to Target, see if I can find those trays. Daiso might have some cool stuff too. Yeah, these trays are sick. I wish I had more of these like short ones. Oh shit. I dropped the brush. Daiso's a miraculous place for stuff like that. Yeah. I just had an idea. What if, you know, because, I don't know. Oh, that's a stupid idea. This is a dumb idea. I'll just say it. Okay, I know some people bag lube their stems, right? Which I think is ridiculous and is for savages, right? But, you know, I'm brush lubing this. I'm thinking about, like, ways to make it faster, but also decently precise-ish. What if you use, like, a sponge? Like, some kind of sponge that had some lube in it, and then you just kind of just, like, stamped it. It's got to be a sponge that has like a lot of flexibility to accept like a whole stem like that. Do it. Donut dip a stem. Just like, you know, glue stick, lube stick, if I may. That seems kind of aggressive. Like the idea that I had is that like, okay, you want like a thin-ish layer. What would be the best way to sort of like replenish just the right amount of like lube that you could press a stem into it? I think you need like one of those like car wash sponges. One of those like really soft plush ones, you know? But then like, you know, you need to kind of somehow get lube in it. All right, I think that's it for that little speck of lube. Maybe fill one of those with lube. Oh, watercolor brushes / sponges that have a chamber in the handle to release water into the tip. Oh. Haha. Is that the way? Pentel color brush. All right, yep. So you got about 25 more. I'm gonna save these for tomorrow. If I don't finish it by tomorrow night, we're gonna start the stream by finishing them, and then from there, build the Polaris. And so what I'm realizing, it won't take too long, right? Pretty simple, and it's Sunday, so I don't expect that I'll get any packages. So I think that should be like a normal length stream. Find an old dry highlighter and soak the insides in lube. A highlighter? Oh, interesting. Wait, why wouldn't they just make like a highlighter, like it's some kind of, you know, like a dry erase pen or something? You know? They should just make that. Like that should just be a lube product. All right. And then I have this guy. I don't know how effective this is, but this is just like it's an acrylic paper tray. You put papers in it, but I just turn it upside down. Then I'll just keep that covered. And then to get this out of the, oh shit, are we, okay, we're good. To get this out of the way, I just put it here on this, that's a laptop stand. All right. That's my lube setup. My whole lube station setup situation. All right. I'm going to tidy up a little bit and then try to think if I could come up with an idea of what to give away. I think I actually might have something in mind. Super Lube Precision Oiler. Wait, let's see this. Pen or marker like that for flux. Oh. How does this work? I need to see how this works. kind of the same principle. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. Those gold silver pens they have to push to pump the tip into the chamber. You guys remember those like they're like markers that you had to like shake? They had like gold and silver. You guys remember those? All right. Anyways. All right, do you guys want junk or do you guys want like super junk? Like almost unusable junk. Or actually unusable junk. How junky you want to go tonight? We got some junk to give away. I crave the junkiest of junk. All right, I got some good for y'all. Got some real good. But I do need to check up on it though. So I'll be back. Think bargain bin litter. All right. I think I got something for you guys, but please just give me like 2 minutes. Okay. Let me also confirm here that I haven't already given it away. Aha. All right. Okay, guys, we got some real junk tonight. I have here in my hands. Just tuning in, Matt looks like the Lego play carpet I had as a kid. Sweet. Zombie Man, welcome. All right, guys. This is an aluminum, like I guess a gold anodized aluminum plate and a PC plate for a Hello M0110. And how do I put this? These are usable, but they're bad. Essentially, the alignment was super fucked up. I think like all of these were like shifted, I think a little bit. If I can, oh, this is backwards. You can kind of tell. Like this side right here is wider than this side between the cutouts. So like they had to redo all these plates. Now I just have these extra plates. So if you guys want some real junk tonight, for those of you who, even if you had a Hello M0110, why would you want this? Because this is what you already had. Time to take a sander to it and shift it back. Like you'd have to file every single one of these cutouts because everything's just shifted. Like it's still gonna mount to the same holes, you know? All right, guys. So if you care for that, and a stream sticker. I got some marbles for you. Pretty clearly, this is just a giveaway for a sticker, pretty much, with some added junk. Might be useful for half plates. I don't know. I don't know what this. You know what this would be useful for? This would be useful for putting switches into. If you just needed to put switches into something. Plates are hand wiring. Still. Like, I mean, I guess you'd have to still cut this down. You still have to find some board that this would go well into, and then you still have to, I guess, sand this down. Like on this side. Busy Town, Capitol Hill, yes, this desk mat is a Busy Town. All right, so 1 second here. All right, clearly we got to get this on because we don't want the leeches trying to get in on these plates here, these premium plates. All right, so one race for the both of them. All right, let's choose a random 0%. Oh, that's 11 seconds long. We're not gonna choose that. 86, not that. 29, too far. That's kind of long. Glowing Airy Alley. I don't think we've done this before. Presumably we haven't because there's like thousands of these stages. Clip off the mountain points. Bam. Scuffed universal. That's probably it. Still scuffed because it's still wide on this side. So you'd have to clip them off and then file it down on this side. That's the way you would do it. Bam. And then two of them. You got two of them because one's polycarbonate, one's alu. All right. Hey, yo, I made it back from Mars. Hey, yo, spring roll. Welcome back. We got some junk in here tonight. Some bad plates, 2 terrible plates, and a stream sticker. So exclamation play to join if you want this Marbles Race giveaway prize here, or a chance at one. This is the stream of the 25th. 2 bad hello M0110 plates plus stream sticker. All right, the rules, in case you guys haven't heard, no re-rolls. So if you don't claim, you're going to pass it along to the next person. Last place finisher does get to choose the raid target. Looks like Voodoo is on. Voodoo's actually doing some, what is presumably good work. Also, I'll ship out every 50 if you're in the US and every 100 subs if you're international. If you want any of this junk sooner, you could feel free to pay for shipping. 11 subs from now, we're gonna have a giveaway for the NK Cherry Charcoal and the NK Cherry Blossom key sets. So it's also, I just want to mention that as well. 11 subs away, guys. We're getting pretty close to it. All right, about 45 seconds left to join. Exclamation play. If you're not already in here, get your big, beautiful butts in here. I'll be back tomorrow. Finish off the last 25 stems, and then we're going to build the Polaris. And if there's any time at the end, I'll scan a roll of film. All right, guys. Good luck and welcome to this race. Damn. These are super lit. I feel like, have we seen this before? Maybe we have. Like at some point, all of these crazy stages look really cool, but they all are kind of similar too. A lot of them have rainbows in them. You guys notice that? Imagine having time at the end, which we never do. Never. Ooh, it's looking real good for McJizzle. Sugar 3, I don't know if Sugar, if you were able to make it, fortunately. Thankfully, it's a piece of junk, or it's 2 pieces of junk. For an all brass board, this piggy is a lot better than expected. Ooh. Dang, gotta get that. Gotta get some photos and some type tests. I'm late. All good, all good. There'll always be more chances for junk giveaways at the end of these streams. It's degenerate hours, so we get degenerate giveaways. How good are keyboards? Oh, back in it. Oh, looks like Fush has died. Oh, it's looking real good. For how good... Oh, it's looking real good. Oh, McJizzle just died. Oh, my goodness. Whoa, what the... Did you guys see that? That was crazy. Oh, okay, I see. Whoa. Dude. Got sucked up into space. Klexus also about to get sucked up into space. Whoop. Alright, Shikimazu. Provided that you beat this firewall, that might be you choosing the raid target. And again, we got Voodoo as our main suggestion tonight. What the? Come on. Sometimes this camera goes crazy. There we go. Hey. How good are keyboards with the win? Do you claim these 2 plates? A top 10. Shikimazu, let us know. Voodoo Bear, or do you want to raid anybody else? It's all on you. All you. Pass it along, baby. All right, Randy Ocean, you want these 2 stupid plates? And Shikimazu, do you want... Hey, claim, baby. All right, hey. Randy Ocean with the claim. How good are keyboards? Thank you for passing that along. All right, we're going to write that in for Randy. Randy freaking Ocean. Lick him up. I'm good. I'm good. Shikimazu, are we Voodoo or not? Voodoo or your favorite Booba streamers? Sure, alright. Booba streamers it is. Alright, anyways. Guys, if you're not already in the Discord, there it is. If you're not already subbed to the YouTube channel, check out that type test. And for the raid, send this over to Mr. Voodoo if you're subbed. And send this to him if you're not subbed. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to finish off the switches, and then we're going to build a Polaris. You guys cool with that? Cool. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.